the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, brothers and sisters, let's go. Hit that like button. Come on, hit it.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Hit that like button, come on.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
Hit this like button, come on. To a land where no mankind dwelt.
To a land where no mankind dwelt. We went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the hearts of Hawaii.
Come on.
The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, yeah, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. We're the elders of the Gathering of Christ Church. Elder Rawchaa, as well as Elder Lawya. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I'm doing well, sir. I can't complain at all.
Oh, yeah. We're here for another week with our Wednesday broadcast, Decoding the Times, to show you how close we are to redemption, to Christ's coming. That's right. Our weekly broadcast now has what? Themes. A theme every Wednesday, Decoding the Times. And the day our particular broadcast will be focused on who? You got it. The woman and the serpent's seed. Now, of course, you've seen the avatar. We're not going to be talking about either of these two characters, but we just wanted to show you that there's a difference according to Scripture. And we're going to talk about that. There's a difference between a mere woman and a woman who was made to be a wife. What are the differences? Also going to talk about something, and we're going to deal with it from an entirely different angle, because for some reason, black women are the face of what's all negative when it comes to Jezebel, or the spirit of rebellion, siding against the quote-unquote patriarchy. And folks, that was intentional. Okay? It's not that good women don't exist. Okay? And I'm speaking of women who were raised to be wives from virgins. It's just that what? The media, the programming are what? They are hyper signaling one archetype that brings darkness and shade to the rest of all women. painting all black women with one brush. But we're going to clear that up today. Of course, we know there's a difference, or there's a parallel when you parallel those two. Felicia Rashad, who embodied, when I was coming up, the example of a professional woman who still understood her place according to the Godhead in respect of her husband. And that wasn't just with the Huxtables. Bill Cosby chose her based on what? Her reputation outside of the artistry. She was known as an upstanding woman, working in Hollywood and all of that, but wasn't subjected to the darkness of it. And because of that, Bill Cosby chose her. Okay? And guess what? It's okay for a woman. She should be educated. She should be uplifted for all of her accomplishments. But still, don't utilize that knowledge to be moved outside of her covering. And then we're looking at the direct opposite today, as we showed today, who they put up as role models, if you can call it that, for our young girls who don't know what this world is to aspire towards, not realizing that it's heading all of us, our women and the next generation, to hell. Well, today, we're going to go into the history of who introduced all of this. We're going to talk about it because there have been some people out there, in particular, that we will expose that have been what? Hitting, programming, putting it all together behind the scenes while hiding their hands. And why are we dealing with this broadcast today? We're dealing with this so that what? There's a hope for resolution. That's what decoding the times is. It's not just pointing the finger. This is bad or that is bad. Giving real-time solutions, decoding everything so that what? God's people can connect back with him. Okay? Now, before going in, again, we give all praises to the Most High, Ahaya, in the name of Yeshua through the Holy Spirit, the Rawchaa, and yes, Ahaya is his name. Have to give full credit to the heavens for giving us life, a ministry, and a purpose in these last days. First and foremost, before we go in, let me tell you the theme, and this academy is off the chains too. I'm going to tell you that right now. And anybody, they'll vouch, they'll let you know. We're going in with precept, precept, precept. You know, we just going in, teaching that Bible, giving the topics so that it's not hard for people to put two and two together. Yes. Elder Lawya, what we going into this coming Sunday in the midst of what's going on in prophecy?
Yes, sir. So this coming Sunday, we have a brand new updated lesson on UFOs and the Bible.
UFOs in the Bible, in the midst of the government going into these movies, what? Full disclosure. Full disclosure. Eventually, guess what? They can't hide it anymore, folks. The gods they worship. They've been keeping this silent for a long time with Area 51, talking about what happened at Roswell in the 50s. They've been containing this stuff for a long time. They've been containing the fact that one UFO went over Russia years ago. Was over Russia. I believe this was in the 70s. Okay, if I can recall. And began to man all of the missiles. All the missiles started rising and all of that, the nuclear missiles, while no one was controlling the codes. Okay? And they said it was UFO activity over Russia military arms, and it began to arm all of the missiles, and the missiles stood up like this, and you know, Russians were speaking to each other. Who's doing this? Where's the president? And they was like, listen, there's something over there controlling it. And it was an orb over the missiles. And then next thing you know, the UFO left, what they call UFOs left. And then guess what? Silence. Everything went back to as normal. And I'm going to tell you this. We're going to be talking about that and more this coming Sunday. And with the full disclosure. They want to disclose it. But guess what? Every time they disclose it, they'll put a little bit out. But then they'll misdirect the Most High's hand in all of it. So they usually put out what we've figured out already. Okay? Right? But then they'll misdirect it into a different direction so that we don't understand that it's God behind it all. And that everything they're dealing with UFOs and all of that is contained in the Bible. Full disclosure this coming Sunday, Elder Lawya. I'm looking forward to that.
Yes, sir. Likewise.
And yes, let me put out the theme for the next academy. We're going to be breaking down the religions of the world. That will be the theme. This time in depth, though. What I mean, Christianity is always a part of our lessons because that's really where the great deception or delusion comes through when it comes to doctrine. And that's no shade or disrespect to Christians. Okay? Christianity has been a godsend for us when it comes to our core belief in Christ, outside of the paganism. But this academy, we're not only going into Christianity, we're not only going into Islam and or Israelite doctrine. We're going to add a few. We're going to go fully in depth with Hinduism, the Brahmin religions of East India, and what? Buddhist, the Asian religions. What do they truly believe? You're going to find out, folks, that all of these Asian religions are ancient Babylonian. And guess what? The foundation is Satanism. Outright worshiping the dragon. And we're going to be talking about that. There's no coincidence at the very end, after they have put out this stuff that have put a lot of our people down. Y'all know what it's talking about. Out of nowhere, we see a bunch of Asians and East Indians coming amongst us. And guess what? This is no negative against other races of people. But know if they're bringing some people over amongst us, these are hand-picked out of millions. The people they're bringing over here aren't just some regular old people looking for opportunity. They're coming with spirits. They're coming with their gods against the people of the awakening. And we're going to be going into that in the next academy, the complete breakdown on the religions of the world. Next academy, go to historytimes.org, open enrollments right now, okay? historytimes.org, enroll. That will be the theme. Now, Elder Lawya, we have baptism classes. We're going to be talking about those later because I came in a little late tonight preparing this lesson. Okay. We got baptism classes. We're going to give you all that schedule this coming Friday. Okay. There will be a mass baptism in South Carolina. What's that? June 19th on a Friday. Okay. In South Carolina. And while I'm there, we're going to be filming a documentary from slavery to liberty. From the time we hit the shores of South Carolina up until the time the Most High, we went through slavery, went through all these other things. And guess what? Now it's showing our people come out of the water. We used to wade in the water during our baptisms while in slavery. And now it's liberty. Not only are they coming out of the water, repenting for sins, speaking of God's people, but they're coming out of the waters with the knowledge of themselves, knowing that they are, in fact, the true biblical Israelites the Bible speaks of. And with that, an obligation of laws to follow that separates Israel from all nations of people. That's exactly what makes Israel special. That connection to the God who gave Moses the law, who sent Christ to die for our sins. Well, guess what? September 19th will be the baptism, and subsequent to that, the next day, we're going to have a blessed Sabbath lesson in South Carolina, the 20th, and I hope you all can join us, all right? But the announcement for all the baptism classes so that people can understand the doctrine and what they're coming into when it comes to understanding what the Bible says, okay? We're going to be giving out that schedule this coming Friday, all right? Now, let's jump in. HistoryTimes.org, enroll. Now, let's talk about it, Elder. Now, you notice, Elder, I changed the topic last week. I had the same topic, the woman and the serpent.
Right.
And I'm so glad I did it this way because I wanted to really go into what we talked about. And everyone was talking about the Stefan Diggs thing. Him and a young lady who was a quote-unquote cook working in the house who, as it shows, made some bogus claims and almost destroyed this man's career. Right? Everyone was talking about this. Right? This woman, how could she do this? This, that, and the other. Well, today we're going to bring some resolve here, brothers and sisters. Okay? The reality of the matter is this, and this is for men. You get what you choose. You get what you choose. Now, of course, this guy, he dodged a bullet. But look how much it cost him to dodge that bullet. For her to go scot-free with no penalty at all, and she know that the government incentivized that behavior. She can do whatever she want to do, ruin a guy's career and all of that. Guess what? Even if she didn't take the money, he lost millions. She still had a hand in ruining that part of his career. And she can go scot-free, and she still benefited because she lived for free for years and was on the payroll. She still came out with something. So guess what? I need y'all to everybody looking down on the black woman and the woman. I'm like, well, hold up here. You got to understand these scriptures. Okay? You have to understand these scriptures, what God says, and understand what we're up against in the last days. Understand this, brothers and sisters. Understand this. There's an automatic protection from the heavens when we are under the order on earth of the Godhead. Why do you think Satan goes through great length to separate the family and have a man or a young man operate alone and a young lady operate alone and think it's okay? When you have that family in place, father, mother, child, that represents the beginning. That represents the power from the throne. Indirectly in of itself, if you don't understand that full power, there's an automatic protection that comes with that particular model from the heavens, even if you don't understand its power. Satan knows its power. Today we're going in the woman and the serpent. This world of work, Elder Lawya, through great lengths to conflate and to put all women and all men in one category. And that's intentional. See, the Most High isn't the author of confusion. See? So we're going to go in today. We're going to talk about this. But first of all, we're going to talk about this from an Israelite or black perspective. For those who don't know that the blacks in America are in fact from the lost tribes of Israel. We're from the tribe of Judah. And we don't need a stinking DNA test to prove it either. That's some crap they just came up with in our current time, in the event trying to oppose what we are prophetically. Okay, a matter of fact, I said a lot of that 23andMe and all that stuff was just garbage. I said it when they did it. It was a waste of time. It's a waste of money. Okay, it's totally ridiculous. And giving these people your free DNA, knowing that they make bioweapons and all of this stuff. Why would you give them your genetics and pay these people to get your genetics? Oh my goodness. And when the information come back, Elder Lawya, you're more confused than you were before you started trying to figure out who your foreparents were.
Exactly.
Right? 20% this, 5% this, 8% this. Listen, no. They did this knowing that God's people would be searching for our roots as the lost tribes of Israel. That's why they came up with those bogus 23andMe's and all these others genetic testing things. They didn't give no information. Right? So again, we about to go in. 23andMe and all these other things. No, we are in fact the children of Israel. We don't need no bogus whack. That's showing my age, that little term there. We don't need a whack DNA test to prove this. Okay? We have history on our side. We have prophecy on our side. Okay? Now let's go in. For those who don't know, Elder Lawya, right now, let's go to Psalms 137. Now, before I go to Psalms 137 and go into this lesson here, right? Let me put this out there for everyone here, right? I'm going to blow this picture up. I want everyone to take a gander. All right? Gaze your eyes on this. What are we looking at? We're looking at the tribe of Judah, the black family that came out of slavery. Okay? That's what you see in here. There is no abuse. There is no being forced under a patriarchy. These are people, families that go to church and rally together for the sake of self-preservation in fear of what the KKK would do and others. People who are planning on the outside to take their land. See? These people just wanted to survive. They would have us believe that the black woman was suffering under a patriarchy when the black man and the black woman have always suffered together.
That's right.
So first and foremost, we want to dismiss all of these lies because guess what, folks? The lie came from the serpent's tongue. And it's used in these colleges, and it's used through their programs to shape history or a narrative that never existed. There was no black patriarchy until the movie Steven Spielberg using Oprah Winfrey and Whoopi Goldberg in The Color Purple to shape a narrative that never existed. They didn't want us to remember this time of strength that we survived, what we survived through after slavery. They didn't want us to hold to that courage and that fortitude and that strength we got by staying together under Christ. Women weren't with black men back then because they had to. Women were with them. I mean, women weren't there because, okay, this is a black man, he's a provider. It was none of that. These men were working, making pennies on the dollar. These weren't the Rockefellers. They were poor, but they were happy together. There was no standard put out there, well, he got to be this and she got to be that. We needed each other. So what happened? What happened? At the same time of this picture, I'm going to show you what the Satanists did. Under the power of what they would call, and guess what? This is not my words, okay? Satanic feminism. See that? Showing the serpent and the woman. Man, what's in this book is going to blow you all away this evening. It's going to blow you all away. They looked at this right here, Elder Lawya, and said, you know what? Man, we can't get to that black man. We cannot touch him. Because number one, we need him for our armies. We had the strength of an ox. They needed us to build the railroads and all these others. They needed our strength. They needed our minds and ingenuity. Folks, a lot of this was before Ellis Island. They needed us. They needed our spirit. They needed our culture. The blues came out of this. R&B came out of this. Negro spirituals came out of this. And they said, you know what? We're going to have to break this up. The more we attack them, the more they rally together under this Jesus Christ. And Christ protects them. We're gonna have to rewrite history. There was no problem between the black man and the black woman coming out of slavery. Now, we all hear about the Willie Lynch, but I'm going to tell y'all now, folks. I'm going to tell y'all right now. We always talk about Willie Lynch, Willie Lynch. Do you know by the time during the time of Reconstruction, when we began to have our own churches, do you know us going to church balanced all of that? I grew up in a Southern Christian church. We have Christian pastors, I keep repeating this, going all the way back to slavery, going all the way back to when the ships came. There's pastors in my family on either side. And the women were what? They were submissive. And they weren't submissive because they was forced to be. They loved operating in their femininity. They celebrated having a man of God and not having to worry about the drugs of the world. I would say the drugs, the evil that was on the outside of our society, the drugs of the world. They loved the protection of the man, a man that feared God, didn't have much, but he knew that Bible. A lot of people don't know this, Elder Lawya, before I go in. And, there's a long monologue, but I had to set it up before going in. You know, they intentionally hide the fact that the Nat Turner rebellion started. They hide it throughout history and all that, but it's in books. And the one brother showed this in The Birth of a Nation, the brother that played Nat Turner. And his career was ruined because of it. A lot of people don't know that Nat Turner rebellion, all that stuff, it wasn't no rebellion at first. Folks, he started off tearing stuff up because, not just because he believed the Bible and all these others, it was because of how they were treating our women. How they were treating our women. Guess what? Nat Turner, he believed in the Bible and all that, but that turned him, listen, he's like, listen, we tearing this whole thing up. You know, that's a part of history they don't even discuss when it comes to him. Because it's destroyed this narrative. It destroyed this narrative that there's no protection for our sisters. It destroyed the narrative that black women and all of that had to join together with white women against the patriarchy because there was so much abuse in the past. You rarely hear them talk about what initially set Nat Turner off. They want the color purple narrative out there. Okay? He was just no rebellious zealot, strictly with the scriptures and all. That's the narrative they want out there. When you see somebody you care about and you've worked around and you've seen grow up, y'all went to church together, you fall in love and all of these things, and you see the master beating her down and the master doing all these things that'll turn you a different type of way. That's what turned Nat Turner's heart and caused the rebellion. But that narrative doesn't fit what? Making the black man the boogeyman, which automatically let the white man off scot-free and let the white woman off scot-free, who all had a hand, whether it be Republican or Democrat, in our destruction. So we're going to talk about it today. Right? We're going to point the finger where it needs to be pointed. Yeah, born of a nation. Yeah. Birth of a nation, yeah. All right? Hey, if somebody, please don't, they retracted that message. All right. Okay, we don't want to censor people unless they're trolls or whatever the case is. Outside of that, yeah, let people go. So we're going to go in. Elder Lawya, let's go to Psalms 137 real quick, if you may.
All right.
Decoding the times is our theme. We're going to talk about this because, folks, they have shaped a whole new narrative. Talking about there was black women being abused under the patriarchy. I'm like, what? Black women were seeking protection from their men. Our black women were in church, raising their children and all of that. What are you doing? Where's this place where black men were abusing black women? We were suffering together. Let's read it, Elder, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. This is Psalms 137, verse 1. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion.
When we remembered Zion. Read.
We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For they that carried us away captive required of us a song. And they that wasted us required of us mirth.
So those that wasted us, who carried away captives, required us a song. See? This is prophecy. Negro spirituals came out of this prophecy, which shaped the culture of the world. The way we sing, the way we praise, the way we always gave what? Glory to the Almighty. And guess what? When we started singing in those cotton fields, singing while picking on those farms, tobacco and all these other things, man, the master would hear this stuff and they would hear it out there. Man, do you know what these people are doing out there? They sound like angels out there. And plantations began to do what? They used to turn the big house into a concert hall. They would invite people from England, other plantations, and all of that to come in on a weekend to check out the new talent. They'd be like, get that girl out of that cotton field. Dress up, put a dress on her. And they required us to sing and dance as if nothing was wrong. So our talent survived us. This is how we survived. If we can dance, we can sing, we can entertain, you know what I mean? Maybe we'll get some rest. Maybe we'll get some privilege. Maybe we'll get a day off. There was no darn patriarchy. We were trying to survive together, man and woman. And they that wasted us required us mirth. Read, saying what?
Saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion.
Sing us one of the songs of Zion. We weren't singing about Africa. Africa is a middle passage between our homeland Israel and what? America. Even in Africa, we were singing of Zion. Okay? We weren't singing about the mountains in Africa. We were singing about what? Mount Zion. We were singing Israelite songs. There go your Negro spirituals. Read 4.
How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land?
But how shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? David said. David prophesied our captivity. He's seen us happy, bearing it. You know what I mean? Just adjusting to a new environment. And it's like, how can you be singing of Jerusalem in captivity? Okay? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem.
If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning.
Look what David said. If I forget Jerusalem, cut off my right hand. There's no work I can do if it's not for my people. Why should I build for someone else while my people suffer? This is what David seen. David wasn't experiencing any of this. To show you it's prophecy. David was king. He said, how can I work for everyone else, but yet there's no work being done to help my people? If I forget Jerusalem, then what good is working? If I'm not doing something to benefit my people? Why should all of my inventions, all of my work, all of the ideas given to me from the Almighty be used for everyone else, where my people don't benefit? Folks, there's no doubt this Bible is speaking about us. As if he's seen us creating all of the greatness of a country without getting any credit for it. 6.
If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy.
If I do not remember who I am, David is stating here. let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. I'm not going to sing a thing for these people if it isn't benefiting my people. All the gifts that come from the heavens. Folks, our songs, all of this come from the heavens. I'm going to tell you that. That's why they sit around and listen for the next idea that they know the Most High is going to send. Okay? They know where music comes from. David said, listen, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth if I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. That means you don't have to dismiss other people. But your chief joy must always be your people. To know that your people are doing good. To help your people do better. That should always be our chief joy. Not to say that you want someone else to do bad. But David's like, how can we suffer and use our benefits that God gave us for everyone else and not prefer what? To make sure our people are taken care of. Okay? And I'm putting this out there because, folks, that was the mind we were in during this time. What happened? What happened? It seems like everything we do is hyper scrutinized, even to a degree where what? There's no leeway for us compared to every other people. There's no leeway for us. Like, for instance, the Jacksons is out. We still got to go see it. I'm going to see it to support the family. But they always try to make this Joe Jackson out to be this arch enemy, this villain. Not realizing there will be no Jacksons without Joe. He understood the world he was introducing his children to. He had to be strict. This world gonna eat you up. Okay? They'll appease you just enough to get their claws in you. Flattering Michael behind Joe's back, all of that. Because they know that Joe wasn't going to go for a lot of this stuff. That Joe was going to protect his children because he had a vested interest outside of their talent. I see how media try to, every time it's about these movies when it comes to greatness, they try to separate the black man from the greatness. Who went and bought those children instruments and said, listen, nah, y'all not going to be doing what the other children doing out there. This is going to keep you all busy, and I'm going to invest in you. Who did this? Joe. The mama was a nurturer. Okay? She was there. Now, was Joe perfect? Absolutely not. But check out Michael Jackson's mother. I'm using her as an example. That's a wife. He wasn't perfect, but guess what? You would never see her publicly denigrating Joe. Even though the media try to coax her into doing so. Because she understood where they were before Joe kicked in. There will be no Michael Jackson. There'll be no We Are the World. There'll be no Jackson 5 if it wasn't for what came through Joe Jackson's loins. Okay? He made sure he was strict and kept his children in line, knowing that there was no alternative out there. Knowing that they would just be just another number if someone got killed out there in the streets. They did the same thing with what? What love's got to do with it? Make Ike Turner out to be, he's just some abuser who woke up to abuse, went to sleep to abuse. You mean to tell me through all this, there was no good moments with Ike Turner? Who got that young girl out of the church, who nurtured her, who put time into her, only for somebody to start whispering in her ear that you'll be better off without him. And guess what? I would never excuse an abuser if that's what he did. I don't think that a man should strike a woman for any reason. Right out. For any reason. I think a man's greatest power is to know that if he got to go there, hey, I'm better off without a woman that would what? Lead me to even think of doing something like that. I'll be okay without that woman. Okay? If she's instigated me into using brute force, any man with any sense in his mind would know that's not your woman. You got to force this woman to be what you need her to be to the point where you're putting your hands on her. That's not your woman. So I'm not saying if she got away from the guy because he did get abusive, okay. But people usually excuse the behavior that leads to the altercation. No one wanted to discuss what was going on. Were they trying to turn her against him? And that's the example that I wanted to talk about last week. We always go to what? The abuse, the end result, without actually examining the beginning before it got there. Well, we're going all the way to the beginning today with this particular broadcast. But I wanted to set the floor and dispel, Elder Lawya, this myth that there was a black patriarchy man abusing black women. That's a Hollywood creation. It never happened. And black men black men don't even seek to hit anyone even till this day because we know men know the consequences. Black men can't get away with what other races of men get away with. But I digress. Again, let me make it clear. Only a coward would put his hand on a woman. Make it clear. But hey, let me say this. A woman should in no wise at any time think that she could strike a man. Now, if a woman strikes a man, hey, all bets are off. Okay? That means everyone should keep their hands to themselves. Let me tell you, if any man let a woman beat him, guess what? That's the relationship he need to be in. Okay? I'm going to put it straight out there. Who want to sit around and let a woman smack you around? Is he in a wheelchair? Do he got legs? If he got legs, get away from her. That's it. It's over. But I digress. Elder Lawya, let's talk about it now. Right? Hit that like button. We are going in today. Let's go to Christ real quick. Matthew 10:34.
St. Matthew 10, verse number 34.
Okay, let me grab it and put it up there so that they all can see it. Matthew 10, verse 34. Read it.
Think not that I'm come to send peace on earth.
Think not that I come to send peace on earth. Don't even think in your mind that Christ is coming to send peace. And this is from a spiritual sense. Okay? Peace is when he returns. Right? Our what?
I came not to send peace, but a sword.
Now, why would Christ need a sword? It's to divide his from the serpent when it comes to ideology. See? When it comes to outlook and perspectives. See, Christ is coming with a sword. Because we come together for all types of carnal reasons. Without vetting according to God. And I'm just dealing with this woman thing for a second. Right? For what? For I come what?
For I am come to set a man at variance against his father.
Against his father.
And the daughter against her mother.
A daughter against her mother.
And the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
So is Christ breaking up families here? No. How many times you believe and try to talk to someone in your family who's adamant, who stay adamant about what? Living in ignorance. And the more you try to explain to the person that they're going the wrong way, the more friction ensues. Well, you think it's about you and this person. Christ brought a sword there. He brought a sword there. He's like, listen, you better figure out what God that person serves. You're fighting an uphill battle. See? It can be your father, your mother-in-law, sister-in-law. They believe differently. And it's Christ separated, knowing one day you'll be saved and eventually they'll be condemned. It's like this invisible sword we can't see. Christ separating those true believers from the rest. See? So friction begins. And a man's what?
And a man's foe shall be they of his own household.
A man's foe shall be they of his own household. One second. I had to get that moth out of there. That thing would have been operating all night. I'm like, yeah, ain't no spirits running around. Yeah, you out of here. Now, it says, and a man's foes shall be they of his own household. Right? So, right here, folks, look at this. All of these people were together. You can't tell me down south. Listen, my mother, North Carolina, Zebulon, Raleigh, we got family all up there. Okay? All up there on my mother's side. My father's side, Virginia. They eventually met while he was in the Navy at Lake Charles. Now let's talk about this. You can't tell me there was some abuse going on in all of this, and there was some friction when these people were having 14, 15, 16 kids. My mother, Elder Lawya, was the youngest of 14 children. You know what I mean? Because back then it was like, okay, the bigger family, the more work you can get done. They had their own properties. They had to do some work on these things. Well, let's have these children. They'll do the work. And we'll work together. Where someone got time to come from a juke joint and start knocking somebody up under a table? Right? But now we're living in a different setup, where it says a man's foes shall be they of their own household. Now, this is where the serpent comes in. The serpent comes in through his programming. Through his programming. Right? Elder Lawya, let's go to the serpent to show you the lies. So it's Christ bringing a separation between those who belong to him and those who choose the serpent. Right? Elder Lawya, let's go to Genesis, the 3rd chapter.
Genesis 3, verse number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, have God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
Lest ye die. Now, the Most High did not plant that tree. Samael, the fallen one, planted that tree. The Most High didn't plant it. That's why he told him don't touch it. Now, how do we know the Most High didn't plant that tree? Elder Lawya, let's go to Genesis 1. Where the Most High creates, during creation, when he make the green herbs and all of that. Let's go there. Genesis 1.
Yes, sir. Genesis 1, verse 11.
Genesis 1, verse 11. Read that.
And God said, Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth, and it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind, and God saw that it was good.
Hold up. God saw that it was what?
And God saw that it was good.
Okay, someone show me. Hold on. Someone show me where the evil tree at. Where's the evil tree in creation? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. There is no tree of good and evil in the original creation. Samael planted that tree. It's in Baruch. It's in the book of Baruch. I think that's what, the 3rd Baruch, right, Elder?
Yes, sir. 3rd Baruch, the 4th chapter.
The 4th chapter. 3rd Baruch. Baruch the prophet asked about the tree. And he says, Samael, the evil one, planted that tree. And this is why they were told, Adam was told not to touch it. See that? Because there was something in the tree. So when you go to Genesis, the 1st chapter, it makes it clear that the Most High, everything the Most High planted in the garden was good. Was good. Now, so here's the first drug, which is the tree of good and evil. And we're listening to We're about to hear the first lie. The first lie. Let's go to Genesis, the second chapter here. Again, Genesis 3 again.
Genesis 3 and 4.
Let's read it.
And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die.
The
For
first
God doth know.
lie. The first lie. So they must convince you, because this is the way Satan does it. Okay? The way he do it is, he just need to convince you for the moment. From one moment to the next until you wake up in hell. Now, here's the reality of the matter. Adam and Eve before this had greater power over the fallen ones. See? That means what? When it comes to the levels or the positions between heaven and earth, Satan, the serpents, all of them are beneath Adam and Eve at this time. They're beneath them. They must minister unto them. They cannot do anything against them. They're beneath them. But the serpent has what? He has the tongue. He's able, if he can convince them to yield their power, he becomes what? An authority by default. So the whole concept, thank you, Amiak. The whole concept of vampire, it all goes back there. So he have to lie and convince them to yield their power. Here's the first lie. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. Right? Now think about this for a second. She's innocent. She's pure. Adam and Eve are like children. So what if Satan can get her to get access to the spirit of what? Deceit. To be utilized as a tool against Adam's strength. His connection with the Most High. Suppose he can use the power of psychology to temper or to rival Adam's strength. It's in this book. It's in this book. We're going to go there. So she doesn't have the brute strength, being a weaker vessel. But if he could give her, or quote unquote, make her or have her deemed smarter than Adam. See? I'm going to show you. You shall not surely die, read.
For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
You shall be as gods. See? That God isn't the only God with knowledge. Samuel, he was up there with them at one time. Listen, sister. Listen, Eve. I'll give you everything. And you'll definitely know more than Adam. Because you will have access to the fruit first. See? So Samuel, Satan, he knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that Adam was given the authority, not Eve. But if Eve was to take it first, Adam would then be subjected unto her ideas, her power, her strength. And the serpent can now lead Adam. Listen to this. Let's slow walk it. Let's slow walk it. The serpent can now lead Adam through Eve. See? We're going to slow walk this one. We're going to slow walk it. He went directly to her and said, you know what? That's my gateway. That's my way in. Because I can't rival Adam. Adam is in the image of God. I can't rival him. Satan and his angels were already thrust to this earth. They came out of the ice. So he said, you know what? I cannot attack him. But I can use what? I can use a proxy. Folks, one thing about men, Elder Lawya, being naive in this world. Thank you, Yvonne. I really appreciate all your support. Men are naive. And here is man's naivety. They don't know. We don't actually realize when we're getting attacked through proxy. So now we have to recognize as men, okay, where is the proxy knowing? And our naivety is knowing that women cannot beat us. They don't have the physical strength to do so. So automatically that moves us down to believing that she cannot be a threat. And it gives us some level of naivety, thinking of our just brute strength. Right? So the serpent, you know, he's sitting back looking at this and saying, okay, Adam is dealing with Christ in the garden and all that. I need to focus on her because I can attack Adam through proxy. Now, how do we know this? And I'm giving you the perspective of what the witches are saying in this book. When they talk about going against the patriarchy, folks, believe it or not, there's a certain level of the patriarchy none of these people can touch. The white man is going to be in position as charge of the patriarchy until Christ returns. When they talk about destroying the patriarchy, folks, it's the black man. If it was to destroy, I'm going to tell you this now. There's a lot of white men catching strays. And they can learn through this too tonight. There's a lot of white men, because some of these white women done went totally off the rails, not realizing it was a white man that gave him the position to stand in this earth with some authority to claim some negative ideology against the patriarchy. Okay? It was a white man who gave you the safety. Because listen to this, folks. There's no ideology that can be allowed unless there's what? Violence. There must be a level of a threat of violence to protect that ideology. That means feminism would be nothing unless they had what? Unless they had men who would come in to enforce it. Okay. I can do what I want. I got 911. That means whatever I'm doing is backed up by a level of violence. And usually that's men to protect whatever right or ideology women have. So there's a lot of white men out there, you're catching strays, because when you put this in place against us, okay, you didn't know that, guess what? They was going to use it against you too. But at the very top of this, there's white men that cannot be touched by none of it. And there's a way, if we are in truth and in Christ, there's a way we as a people, we as men, can avoid it. And I'm going to be talking about that today. Someone asked, is there a way that you can send a donation other than Cash App? Yes. You can go to gatheringofchrist.org and hit donate. Okay? And if it's to the teachers for this broadcast, myself or Elder Lawya, you can actually just click on that and it'll go directly to us. Okay? If it's church and you want it towards the church, tithes and offerings, all of those on the drop down right there. gatheringofchrist.org, donate. Okay, I want to put that out there. Okay? Now, of course, the Most High would put this back in order. Let's read it. For God know that in the day you eat thereof, read.
Then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
Read.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
Read.
And the eyes.
So now, some people ask, well, why would Adam eat it? Right? Yeah, you're right. Good question. But guess who has the knowledge of good and evil? Eve does. So don't forget, because she's under the power of the serpent, she understood how to deceive. Adam had no knowledge of evil. So understand, Adam is outmatched here. Adam is outmatched. She has the knowledge of deception now. And now you understand it is not just with black women. Listen to this. When it comes to demographics of all races, the women outnumber the men that goes to college. They outnumber the men from any demographic or race. College and education is a great thing. It's a great thing. Let me make it clear. It's a great thing. But you have to understand, okay? A lot of men don't have to go to college, a lot because they know alternative ways of making money in fields that women don't frequent, that makes more money than if you went to college. There's certain things women just don't do. See? So men can go to college, sports, whatever the case is, STEM, whatever the case is. I mean, I have sons who graduated STEM, played sports and all that in different colleges and got full board. So I know the benefits of college. But there's a reason that it doesn't matter the race. Women outnumber the men who go to college. Because there's an indoctrination component that they want to focus on before releasing the women into society. See, and this is where women must be careful. Young ladies who go to college. This is where they have to be careful going into the college, knowing that there's people watching you who's looking to get you in a sorority or to get you to do what? To compromise your innocence. right? So if you give the woman the education or the knowledge above the man, it can be a form of control, where she can now control the man's power through psychology. 7, let's read that, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse 7. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons.
Come on.
And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him,
Okay, what verse
Where
are you at,
art
Elder
thou?
Lawya?
Going into verse 10.
Let's go to 9. Read 9 again.
Verse 9. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou?
You notice when, and this is Christ here in the spiritual form as the intercessor. You notice when Christ walked into the area, which is a part of the third heaven, he called Adam. He didn't even call Eve. Adam, where are you? Because the responsibility was on Adam, not Eve. Where are you? 10.
And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself.
Read.
And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked?
Who told you you
Hast
were
thou-
naked, Adam? Who told you you were naked? Because you were pure. You were like children. Read.
Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat?
Didn't I tell you not to touch that tree? Now, this is where we are even till this day, and hopefully we can clear this up. The finger pointing. 12.
And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat.
I gave her to be a helpmeet to you. So here it is, automatically, it's finger pointing. Well, you gave her to me. And you know the finger pointing have been going on since creation. Right? Instead of my bad, my fault. 13.
And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me,
The
and I did
serpent
eat.
beguiled me. The serpent is the fallen one. This is deeper than some snake. Serpent goes all the way to the heavens. It's called the seraphim. You got the seraphim, you have the cherubim. And I did eat. Read.
And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and the dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life.
Come on.
And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed, and it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
So this is a future prophecy. I shall put enmity between thee and the woman. It's speaking of Satan would have a race on earth. And the woman would represent who? The children of Israel, who would rival the serpent's seed. And when it says, between thy seed and her seed, and it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. This is Christ bruising the serpent's heel. This is Christ bruising his heel on the serpent's head through the doctrine, through the ministry. And unto the woman. Now, this is the physical woman here. Read.
Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. Brothers and sisters, this is not just talking about having a baby. women would have to go through in their childbearing years a sickness once a month. She would worry more so than a man. Okay? Even after this time, she would have to go through menopause. She would have to go through a lot of different chemical imbalances based on what Eve did. So a woman have to continually suffer the punishments of Eve, even though they had nothing to do with what she did. They have to go through these things. Okay? And the only way to balance that out is a man. The only way. The only ease a woman can get full time. Even if women have girlfriends and whatever the case is, and that's all good, it doesn't replace whom the Most High put out there to balance a woman. The sorrow, the worrying, all of that. Only a man can come in and say, listen, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. And you know it's taken care of. And sometimes she'll be saying, well, this, that, and the other. And she's fishing for an answer to know that only a man can actually bring resolve to. The Most High made it that way. Right? Your desire shall be unto thy husband, and he shall rule over you. Now this ruling, let me go here. This ruling over you isn't some brute force. Well, you do this because I say so. No. If someone is doing something strictly because there's a threat over them, are they really in the spirit of doing it willfully and freely? So when men think they can force a woman to do something, she's not, you understand, she's doing it under duress or threat. Do you really want her to do it because of that? Or because she feared the Most High? See? So when it says, what? And he shall rule over you, that's not a brute force. The Most High is putting things in order like it is in heaven. There's checks and balances. You have the Most High, the Holy Spirit. You have Christ. You have order. This ain't no you better do what I say, this, that, and the other. Guess what? Men with understanding don't operate that way because they don't have to. So you got people trying to force their way on women. This is when everyone, including the woman, can actually see the weakness. They recognize the weakness. See? If a woman can bring you out of your nature as a man and make it where I'm the man and I say so, and you standing up, look, she's looking at you like, what a weak guy. If you're operating in the spirit, you don't have to force anyone to do anything. If she don't follow you according to the order, guess what? It's her loss. See? It's her loss. As long as we're operating under the Most High, we can choose. If you got to force someone to be up under you, brothers, I'm telling you this, that's not your woman. If you got to force her to be up under you, It's not your woman. I'm the man. Listen, if you're the man, just be the man. Because this is what the man does. Let me read it real quick. Let's read it.
17.
Yeah.
And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake, and sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life.
Read.
Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it thou wast taken, for dust thou art, and unto the dust shalt thou return.
There you go. Your curse is, guess what? The ground isn't just going to give you food freely. Everything you get in life, a man will have to work for. A man, see, men don't have the luxury of women. Okay? Two separate optics. A woman can go through life and keep herself together and all that with an expectation that a man is going to work for her. And she's not going to look, no one's going to look at her negative or anything. If she decides not to work at all, she's never going to be looked at negatively. But if a man was operating that same spirit, the world would call that man a bum. Straight out. It's just a double standard. A woman works because she chooses to work. Straight out. The only reason a woman can work is if she chooses to work. She can choose to work or not, and she won't be looked at negatively at all if she decided, I'm not going to work. It's upon that man to take care of me. But a man can't do that. Straight up. Now, the woman will hold down the fort for a little bit with expectations of you freeing her up down the line. Right? So that's a different, see, there's a difference in that alone. The optics of how one looks, be it a man or woman who works. A man don't have a choice but to work until he die. That's a man's curse. But in the midst of these, here's the operative word: respect. Respect according to the Godhead. Respect according to the authority the Most High set up. Right? So we see the serpent had a special relationship from the beginning with the woman that would move her from up under her what? Intended value. Her intended value. So now we have to ask a question, Elder Lawya. How did we get from right here, coming out of slavery, to what we see concerning women today? Because I'm going to tell you this. Men aren't perfect at all, by no stretch of the imagination. But if you want to understand, if people will realistically tell the truth, the serious change in our modern day setup has been the fact that women has changed the most in comparison to men. Women have changed the most. And we're going to go into it. The serpent and the woman. And we're going to start off, brothers and sisters, in our current time with the women who are responsible for the chaos. Hold tight. We'll be right back with part 2. 1 second. We'll be right back. One moment. Let me cue this up. Oh my goodness, watch this here. Now I'm going to play these in a moment. And then after I play these, we're going to jump right into the scriptures here. Hit the like button. We're going to take this into an entirely different direction than any of you expected. All right? One second, just waiting for Lawya. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, folks. Come on. When it comes to the mass baptisms, we will be giving out the address and all of that quite soon. Just hold tight. Let me see something here. Let me see something on this particular person. Just waiting for Lawya. Just hold tight, folks. Let me see one thing right here. Let me see. Waiting for Lawya. One moment, folks. Hit the like button because we're about to go in. We are about to go in. Let me see something right here. All right, good. All right. All right. Teams. All right. Just waiting for Lawya. Give me 1 second. Because I don't want Lawya to miss this. I'm going to definitely need his opinion on this. All right? So hold tight. Check 1, 2. Real quick. Oh, yeah, by the way, I see, speaking of men and women, right? I noticed on one of my videos, there's others from different camps or different places who I know believe other things. Sometimes they leave disingenuous comments on some of our teachings. So I clicked on it. I'm like, man, this is obviously this guy follows IUIC or whatever the case is, and he listened to all of our lessons actually. And brothers and sisters, you have to watch out when people say stuff like this. Because I'm clear on everything I say and what I mean. When people say stuff like this, are you saying, it seems like what you mean? Watch when people phrase like that. Because what they're trying to do is mischaracterize or lie concerning what you're saying. No. Everything I say when I teach is clear. So you don't have to start off your comments with, it seems like you're saying this. No. See, this is the way people lie without actually lying, knowing that others are seeing the comments. So be careful, folks, when you're talking to somebody or when they're saying something, and instead of them saying back what you said, they respond with, it seems like you're saying this. Or do you mean? People like that are liars. Okay? I want to put that out there. I just wanted to put that out there. Lawyer, you back yet? Come on, man. We're about to jump in here. Oh, there you go. Oh, there he is. Lawyer, you back? I just want to put it out there.
Yes, sir.
I'm just telling y'all, just so that y'all probably don't know, because sometimes what people will do, they'll put things out there to make you think that they truly don't understand something, and they'll question it that way. Oh, do you mean this? And whatever they say and whatever they put up is the lie that comes with, is this what you saying? Whatever they say after that is the lie. Okay? No. There is, so you have to understand how people lie through omission. I just wanted to put that out there. So to let them know that I know you listen to our videos, but come straight. All right? If there's something you don't believe because you're in another camp or whatever and dealing with another doctrine, be a man and confront the difference in doctrine. Okay? That's what being men are. Men don't talk around things. All right? Women talk around things because they don't have the might of a man. So they use other scenarios, other wows to get points across. Women operate like that, not men. Okay? All right, Lawyer, you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
All right. Elder Lawyer. Check this out. Have you heard about the new movie that's coming out? Is God Is? Is God Is? You didn't hear about that, did you?
I have. Yes, sir.
Lord. Fair use for educational purposes only. Let me tell you, brothers, choose wisely. Men have always been in trouble since Adam, but men are in trouble. Look at this. Fair use.
Twin, we got a letter from Mom.
I thought she was dead. What she went with us now? Where she been at?
She's on her deathbed. If we don't go now, this might be our last chance.
To see God. God.
She made us, didn't she?
This may be our last chance to see God. She made us, didn't she? They walk in a room and Vivica Fox is dressed like an African high priestess. Vivica A. Fox is God.
Girls, I'm gonna make this real simple. Make your daddy dead.
Make your daddy dead. Make your daddy dead?
Your daddy dead. Real dead.
This seems a little crazy.
Not as crazy as setting your wife on fire in front of your kids, then abandoning them.
Setting the house on fire and leaving the daughters. Man, let me tell you, this makes Color Purple look like an episode of Snow White. The black man. So you have two sisters going across the country on a Thelma and Louise trip to kill the black man. And folks, if you believe that this is just a production, y'all don't know how this works. Now, I did a little research, and some sister from the islands, a Benjamite, and a gay man from America is behind this production. All right? See, but I'm not going to put it on our people. I'm going to keep it right here. I'm going to show y'all the people who are behind all of this from its inception. All right? For those who missed it, let's do it again.
If we don't go now, this might be our last chance.
To see God. God.
She made us, didn't she?
Fair use.
Girls, I'm gonna make this real simple. Make your daddy dead. Real dead.
This seems...
Make your daddy dead, real dead. Well, folks, you have to understand how our people internalizes the productions. These Satanists know how to do this. Elder Lawya, I don't know if you remember a movie back then, Waiting to Excel.
Yeah.
Angela Bassett. She does this thing where it's a black man with a white woman, right? Or something like that. I don't know what the scene was, but I know that, this cheap man, and she takes all of his clothes. I was taking care of you since college, and now you're going to blah, 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 and go put all of his clothes in a car, throw gasoline on it, and set the car on fire. Okay, that's a movie. Don't you know there was an epidemic of, in the hood, cars going up? From the movie. I know people in North Philly, right, didn't have a pot to pee in and a wither to throw it out, whose car went up in the fire because of that movie. So these are what? Planting ideas. But I don't want to focus on our people as of yet. I just want to show you the end result of the serpent's plan before giving you the true architects of all of this. Again, let me make it clear for you again. There was really no problem. Let me see. There was really no problem between the black family outside of us trying to survive out of slavery. Okay? And the impoverished state that came with us, being on our own with no help from the outside. So we didn't really have no problems amongst each other until civil rights and all that started popping off, and we began to integrate with the Satanists. Right? So let's go straight to it. Here's another one, Elder Lawyer, you probably need to check out. Fair use.
Everywhere I look, it is gay black men.
Straight black men are the cancer of the black community. Argue with your man. I've been saying.
Okay, now, Elder Lawyer, you got a man of the homosexual persuasion, dropping the knowledge on what our community, our people need to fix.
Everywhere I
Right.
look, it is gay black men.
Straight black men are the cancer of the black community. Argue with your man. I've been saying for years on this show that black men need to have a conversation, black men alone. We have got to figure out what is going on with us. This is not.
All right, Elder Lawyer, he ready to have that conversation with black men. What you gonna say to him?
Where do we start?
He said they need black men in a room and have the conversation. Right?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he tried to emphasize that this is a conversation that don't need to take place amongst black men of his persuasion. They don't need to have that. It needs to be straight black men specifically who needs to have this conversation, because it's straight black men who represent the cancer of society. So he's excusing himself from the conversation.
Okay, let's see.
Which is confusion altogether.
What else can you expect to come from it outside of confusion? Let's do it.
Not something that black women can help us with. This conversation.
No, he included himself.
Well,
Ain't nothing that black woman can help us with.
Yeah, hear him out a little bit more. He's going to say us, but hear him out a little bit more.
I think, it seems like he trying to get black men in the room, but let's hear it.
Yeah, he's going to slowly but surely inch yourself out the conversation.
Figure out what is going on with us. This is not something that black women can help us with. This conversation does not include black women. Black women, stand down and stand to the side. Black men.
How can we fix anything if the conversation isn't had between the man and the woman?
Right.
And need to have a kumbaya amongst themselves. And I'm going to niche this out a little more.
And who gave this guy the authority to think that he's in a moral position to tell us what to do?
It's heterosexual black men.
What makes this conversation?
See, he came straight. He said he came straight to it too. He said it's heterosexual black men.
And it's heterosexual black men.
Okay, so gay men and the debauchery that we're witnessing in our community, they don't even need to be in the conversation. The only people, so the heterosexual men are the cancer of our community. How did we get there? So believe it or not, folks, it's demonization before destruction. It's demonization. First is what? To dismiss. Disregard. But once what? You continue to have a voice and are making what? And you're making progress by putting your voice out there. They'd be like, okay, let's demonize. And if demonize doesn't work, next is what? Destruction. Right? So this is what we're dealing with here. They're setting the stage for black men in particular to be eradicated. And it's through their program, and they're putting it out there. That the black man, the heterosexual black man, So the good of our community is what we see along with gay men. But let's go to the real masters of what's going on. Let me pull this up here. I want y'all to look at this demoness right here. This demoness, and yeah, she's a Jewish woman from 1903, this portrait of this demoness, 1903. Her name, brothers and sisters, is Mary McLean. Now, the reason why I wanted to show this is because she was around the time we were looking like this. There was no problem between the black family. Had our own little land, sharecropping, had our outhouse, having our children go to church every Sunday, working at the working in the mines, building railroads, right? So there was really no problem between the black man or the black woman. But let's talk about the ideology we see that lead to the debauchery we see amongst our community today. This came out of the ideologies of the Greeks and Romans. This demon is by the name of Mary McLean. Right? What a piece of work. A white woman. Right? So I'm going to pull out a few things on her from page 429 here. A few things I'm going to read out here real quick. Uh, 429 and 4. Yeah, let me get it here. $429 and $433. Let me get it here. I'm going to read this about this Satanist here. Right? And this is the part of the book of satanic feminism. Right? Mary McLean's autobiographic satanic feminism. Autobiographic, satanic feminism. Listen to this. Having considered the implication of the demonic femme fatale roles that several 19th century women assumed, we will now turn to a detailed case study of an individual whose fame was based on presentation of such a persona. A Canadian-American Mary McLean from 1881 to 1829 bestseller. The story of McLean's 1902 is highly calculated attempt to provoke, titillate, and make some feminist statements in the process. Listen to this. Central to the text is the author's burning desire to become Satan's bride. And the exclamation, I am awaiting the coming of the devil, is repeated over and over again with subtle variations. Through the entire work, like a sort of refrain. Earlier research on McLean has more or less neglected the fact that her use of Satan is quite clearly directly related to an established tradition of literary Satanism and also overlaps the contemporary esoteric and political use of the figure. This chapter attempts to contextualize her work from this perspective. McLean's use of several by now familiar motifs will be highlighted. Listen to this, Elder. The liberating demon lover, Satan as a voice of cultural criticism, diabolical lesbianism, and so on. Right? So there's a term that's called diabolical lesbianism that they would use as an ideology promoted through the colleges. Right? So this was all white women initially into this, right? I'm gonna go straight to it. Let me go straight to it here. Page 229. Yeah. Let me see if I have this page here. This is on page 433 of this satanic lesbian. All right. And I'm putting this out there because sisters need to understand the danger of sensationalizing and or listening to white women. I'm talking about in the secular world and all these others. To pattern, want to be like them, want to look like them, want to think like them. A lot of what they're doing is intentional as a trick to undermine you. And that was the plan the whole time. That was the plan since the garden. Check her out. Now, it'll be women like this who would have literature and all of this that's promoted through certain colleges and all of that. Check this out. Let me read this directly here, right? Because there's a few things that I want. Let me see. There it is right here. I'm going to blow this up so y'all can see it. On page 4, black women had nothing to do with this. But right now, they're showing us the face of what? Radical lesbianism. Through the the WNBA that's totally losing money in all of this. Through colleges, what they're showing with these girls going cross country, ready to kill their father. Folks, this is all lesbian language. Okay? Now, the repentant part, we're going to talk about that later, but all in all, we have to understand who's using the tongue of the serpent to have our women be the face of all that's wrong with women. Okay? Check this out. 433. Listen to what, these are her quotes. These are her quotes. I'm going to read a little bit of this. Right? Here's her quotes. McLean's name can be found in all sorts of publications. During the period, Gideon Word's Satirical The Foolish Dictionary, 1904, has the following entry for the devil. An old rascal mentioned in the Bible, now reported engaged to marry McLean. With an accompanying drawing of the happy couple, such parodies of the devilish bootay girl were fairly frequent. Listen to this. Woe to the genius, the heaven scaler, the fire stealer, the same piece further ascribed as a satanic polytheism in her. If there is more than one devil, this is what she says, Elder. If there's more than one devil, I love them all. All. To unspeakable madness, unutterable distraction. Then she says, come Satan, Lucifer, Araman, Belial, Samael. She goes all the way down to Moloch, child sacrifice, anyone? Planned Parenthood, anyone? Apollyon. She says, she named them all. Come on. She's saying, come on, all of you come to me. This rock shall fly from its firm base as soon as I, unless I fly straight into your arms of steel. I am not a polytheist. I am a what? Listen to this word. Diabolist. I'm a diabolist. She's here to create confusion, being diabolical. Listen to this. For fear of overlooking any industrious deserving power of darkness, I will erect an altar to the unknown devil. Here it is. We had nothing to do with this. At the same time we were together, our sisters. You have women who were Satanists. All through the book. Let's go here now. All through the book. I'm going to bring out a few points. All through the book, it goes into their plans. It goes into their plans on how they will slowly overtake man. Now imagine these Satanists become judges, politicians. Okay? They link in with these LGBTQ and take over the family courts. Like you see what they're saying outright, what they think about heterosexual men. Do you think that's an original thought that just happened? Or have they set up the construct from the beginning to destroy the black heterosexual man who is Judah? Right? I'm going to go through a few more of these before we get back in. Right? Let me blow this up here. This is page 250. I can't go through it all. I mean, they roll out the whole plan in this book to subdue men. And all the ideologies they put in this book, they aimed it toward the black community specifically. Let me read this here on page 250. Right? Let me go straight to it. It is easy to see how it would seem logical to turn such a revolt specifically against patriarchal structures. So they had a plan in the early 1900s to have a revolt specifically against the patriarchy. Now at this time we were in church. There was no patriarchy amongst black people. We were just trying to survive. This was their plan in the early 1900s. Listen to this. The playful enactment of the part of subversive witch. The subversive witch can thus at least be a reinforcing element in the development of the benevolent, satanic, feminist witch. Right? So when you hear patriarchy, you're hearing witch language. And they honor Eve, even though Eve wouldn't agree with this, as the first witch. Right? While such additional factors should be considered, at the end of the day, I'm going to read it here because the pages aren't clear here. Fender Cicel, construction of a witch with a satanic feminist was largely the result of Michelet's book. His words echo often very distinctly, at times approaching plagiarism in most texts that present this view. Okay. Examples include Gage's Woman, Church and State, Leland's Aradia, and Heffer's The Book of Witches. All these works present a witch that is both a fairly explicit feminist and a Satanist. Or, in case of Aradia, at least intimately connected to Lucifer. Carcot's hypothesis of the witch is a historic, in a way, contributed to the convergence of the sorceress and the feminist, since hysteria was a commonly conceptualized in a revolt against male authority. Against what? Male authority. So the whole concept of witches is to what? Oppose male authority. That's what it's about. It has nothing to do with what men are doing. The ideology is to oppose a male, even if the male is doing right. So all this, if he does this, then I'm okay? Nah. That's a lie. The whole act of it, even if they're wrong, and they know they're wrong, is to publicly oppose male authority. And these are the people who have incentivized the LGBTQ conglomerate against us. Anti-feminist, let me get it. Anti-feminists slandering of their foes as historical would have been the same effect. Hold on, let me get it here. I'm going to read it from my paper here. Anti-feminist slandering of the foes is a historical would have had the same effect, given the Rawchaa and his colleagues had established that witches too suffered from this malady. The anti-feminist linking of witch, historic, and feminist was made explicit in the work of polemists like Markham and the number of caricatures and satires. To those who appropriated the witch as a heroic rebel in the service of woman's rights. See that? So they would shape what? In their literature, it became films, women as heroes who would destroy and go against the man. That's what we're witnessing with that movie starring Vivica Fox and her daughters. We know that a narrative like that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, folks. And they're showing it, they're pitting this down south and all that, where we were predominantly Christians, right? Listen to this. To those who appropriated the witch as a heroic rebel in the service of women's rights, or some other noble emancipatory cause, the reductionist pathologization proposed by the psychiatrist was incompatible with their rose-tinted vision. Heffer and Leland are examples of this. and they do not incorporate the Karkak school's understanding in their writings. For someone like Gage, even most concerned than Leland with making the witch, listen to this, a proto-suffragette. It was highly important to tackle this view directly and dismiss it, since it had been implications for the perception of her contemporary feminists. And then on the next page, it goes into what? Listen to this. Lucifer and lesbians. This is from page 117 I have there. Lucifer and lesbians. Folks, all of these writings, this is the introduction of it. Let me go back here. Here lies the beginning of this ideology from Rome that they made in our present time. What? Studies to be examined and actually taught within colleges to have this mess come back into our communities to destroy it. Lucifer and the lesbians. Listen to this introduction and where it's from. This chapter looks at how lesbianism was connected to Satanism. And Fendi Cecil's discourses and how a lesbian poetess can turn the tables and use this association as part of a subversive feminist strategy. Folks, we're living under a social engineering that have destroyed our community. It was a strategy. The main focus is France, but German and British examples will also be discussed. First, a cursory genealogy of the linking of sapphic love and Satan will be outlined. Then, an important transitional text between outright condemnation and embrace for this combination as something positive. The Carul Mendez Mephistopheles, 1890, will be analyzed in some detail. Finally, in the main section of the chapter, the explicit sapphic Satanism of poetess Renee Vivian will be examined. Along with her, a German example of poetess, Mary Magdalene. The Baroness von Pottkammer, adopting an identity as a demonic lesbian in her writings, is also considered briefly. Now, I can't go through all of this because there's a lot in this book for satanic feminism, but really what it is an ideology they would teach our children, our daughters, from the time they go to school, to look at young boys as the enemy. Okay? It goes into satanic cults leading from pornography and all that to get people used to seeing two women together. It goes into all of this in this book. So that these experiments would eventually play out in colleges, focusing on the girl, right? Now, before we go in, there's a few more things I wanted to show, and then I'm going to bring you in, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
There's a few more things I needed to show, okay? In the book, it's a little, it's off what they showed, so I have to actually self-censor this. It's in the book, right? I have to self-censor this, right? It's in the book. Here's a picture. Matter of fact, let me get it here 1 second. Let me self-censor this because I can't show this on YouTube here. Hold tight, because I'll get it here. Have to do a little self-censoring. Bear with me. It's in the book. Have to do a little self-censoring, right? Let's start off here. This is in the book showing the deity that the lesbians and all that and the gay men worship. Okay? It's Satan or Lucifer as a woman, right? Now, it's a little, I can't show it, but let me show what their plan was with Lucifer. Lucifer as a woman, right? He would use the woman, and then what happens? The destruction of the future children that spawn through the gay and lesbian ideology to destroy the earth. It was in a painting that they celebrate. To get in position to cause chaos that leads to generation of destroyed and or delusional children. Moloch sacrificed children dying here, and all the people who's in waiting to have to deal with the chaos that they are constructing from the top down, from government, right? Now, I mentioned earlier, Elder Lawya, and you can come in at any time because there's a lot in this book, but in a nutshell, it's showing through this book, satanic feminism, that they was going to destroy the family mainly using lesbians, white lesbians initially. They're unassuming. The other thing about a lesbian, she can play both sides and you'll never know. So if you were a straight man, unless she tells you, you wouldn't even know that she's into the craft. And this is why Satan wanted to use the lesbians in particular, because a straight man ain't going to be dealing with a man telling them what to do. Right? But she can play both sides. So they would use the lesbians to become the doctors, the educators. They would use them as the influencers to convince women to see men as something to be what? Something to utilize or use as a utility, or discard it altogether. Right? And it's in the book. Right? Satanic feminists. Now, I said earlier that what? That there's a difference between what? In the Bible, a wife and just a woman. And they're seeking in our modern day society to conflate the two. So that the witches, warlocks, the lesbians, and people that are against God, so that they can have cover and protection using the quote unquote good women who will excuse them or cover for them. See? But there's a difference. So we're living in a time where what? Women have to separate from certain women. There's a difference. Like, let me give you one difference here. Let's go to Job 39 real quick. Elder Lawya, if you will. Job 39, let's read that. And then I have to go back to this production, so hold with me. Hold with me. Job 39. And let's go, Elder Lawya, directly to 13.
Yes, sir. The book of Job 39, verse number 13.
Yep.
Gavest thou the goodly wings unto the peacocks?
Hold on, let me get it. Hold on. It says, gavest thou the goodly wings unto the peacocks? Or wings and feathers unto the ostrich? Read.
Which leaveth her eggs in the earth, and warmeth them in the dust.
So he's comparing this ostrich to someone who leaveth her eggs in the earth and warmeth them in the dust. And do what? Read.
And forgetteth that the foot may crush them, or that the wild beast may break them.
So an ostrich would have children with no care of what happens to them. They can bring them forth, but don't care what happens to the children. And forgotten that the foot may crush them, that the wild beast may break them. Abortion. And then after abortion, could care less about them so that the industrial prison complex gets them, or chaos can ensue because the absence of the man. 16.
She is hardened against her young ones.
She is hardened against her young ones. That means she has an attitude and begin to berate and or abuse her offspring. See, if they were going to build prisons and set up the industrial prison complex, they knew they would have to actually program women to be this. She is hardened against her young ones. Read.
As though they were not hers.
As though they were not hers. Read.
Her labor is in vain without fear.
And she don't care what no one says. It's like a wild ostrich. And the reason why someone can operate like a wild ostrich without any control in place at all is because she understands that the construct in place incentivizes her to be this way. She understands that there's no consequences. See? Because what? 17.
Because God hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he imparted to her understanding.
See that? Because she's not using the wisdom of God or understanding of God. She's trying to survive and do what she want to do. Well, folks, that whole ideology was created to where women, our women, would go from this God-fearing women with their husbands and family, and guess what? Being fully fulfilled in this setting, than being a person without wisdom and knowledge of the Almighty and no regard for her own children. Hey, let's go back to that once more. Read that last piece again, Elder.
17. Because God hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he imparted to her understanding.
Neither have he imparted unto her understanding. She could care less what anyone thinks. If the whole community is destroyed, if everything is done to hell, she could care less. See, but this is not all of our sisters. But this archetype is what the media is hyper-signaling. So our young girls coming up, they're seeing more of what we're reading here than the virtue that comes with being in order with God and or a man. A matter of fact, being in order with a man in this society right now is considered a weakness. Read on.
What time she lifted up herself on high, she scorneth the horse and his rider.
She scorneth the horse and his rider. So think about this. If you can utilize someone under this mindset, it stunts what? The progress of the community. The horse and rider, things that's moving things along. It stunts it and move it backward where what? It becomes stagnant and or, if anything, materialized to nothing at all. It's as if what we're reading in the book of Job was the model they utilize and say, this is what we're going to create to break up the children of Israel and separate the Godhead that was once the protector of Judah. I need y'all to really focus on how they have socially engineered this. And I was examining the whole thing. How did they do this? Now, I've talked about it, on different broadcasts. How did they do this? Out of the civil rights, we were together. We were in church together. Men were the head of the church. It wasn't no woman preachers, none of that stuff. Women lived in their femininity. Them having a husband to submit to was a badge of honor. I need y'all to think about this. And folks, in a few decades, the whole thing is utterly destroyed. I went into Philadelphia the other day, Lawya. And I drove through Philadelphia. Man. And who's coming out of the schools? I'm seeing East Indian women in their garb like they just came from India. Men, just all these other races of people on the block I used to live on. I'm like, where's our people? Where are they? They've utterly decimated the community. Right? So jumping right in, Elder Lawya. Right? Jumping right, utterly decimated it. So they incentivize a certain behavior that isn't the model that got us, that brought us through chattel slavery. They socially engineered everything I'm seeing in this book, they socially engineered that within our communities. And the men are sitting there looking naive. And guess what? Before I go into it, we're about to, show a few videos and round it up real quick. But before I go into it, Elder Lawya, I'm going to make it clear none of this, they did this working against the man, using radical satanic feminism as the model that would destroy us without seeing it. In their programs, when they started showing Oprah and her girlfriend more powerful than the man, that optic where her girlfriend was more important. I forgot her name, the girl that interviewed R. Kelly. What's her name, Elder Lawyer?
Gail King.
Gail King. Started showing them as a model before our young girls. Women who were over their men, who had more money than their men, where men were just what, a byproduct if a woman cared to have one, like a bag. They started showing that. They started pushing more so materialism in all of that. Vanity. Okay, they started doing, it was a slow drip. But guess what? It's still on the man. And I wrote it down here. Why is it on the man? You notice how the Most High went directly to Adam. Went directly to Adam. This is how it's on the man. If you understand what God said is right according to a woman, as far as the order the Most High set up, why would a man choose a woman that's not under the Godhead, that cannot be submissive, that will not hear the Most High? Why would a man choose that? And then once the outcome happens and she takes everything and destroy you, you're pointing back at this woman is wrong. What's wrong with this woman? What was the vetting system in place? Was it a virtuous woman according to God? Because what I see is the model that I'm seeing, Elder Lawyer. Man, you go into Philadelphia and you see 12, 11, 13-year-old girls with little shorts all the way up, with almost no, just everything showing. And these are little girls. What they're pumping out of our community right now. Now, no one is saying anything. And when I was growing up, it was like, hey, you better take your behind in the house. Right? So it's as if the men are handcuffed. They cannot say anything. They cannot do anything. So the only thing a man can do now is choose wisely. Choose wisely. And if there is a girl out there that's been operating, whatever the case is, and is willing to be taught, then there's a chance. But I believe that men are should have a more stringent vetting system. And we can discuss some of those systems in a moment, right? It's on the man. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's now go into the virtuous woman. And then we're going to talk about, real quick, the mother of harlots. As a matter of fact, let's go to Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots. Then we're going to go into a virtuous woman. Let's get it. Where it talks about the mother of harlots in Revelation, Elder.
Yes, sir. Revelation 17, verse 1.
Before I do that, Elder Lawyer, just before I do that, I'm going to ask you your opinion with you having a young son, right? Because it won't be too long before he's of age and is going to show interest. It's just natural. It happens to all of us in a young lady.
Mm-hmm.
So when that happened, have you ever thought how you would go about it in the world we see today, if we had time?
It's a bit tough because, you know, obviously we're seeing where the world is going, and it seems like as time goes by, it's becoming harder and harder finding women. Okay, and I'm assuming women may go through the same thing. A man with a daughter may go through the same thing. I have a daughter as well, just so happened to be the case. But it's becoming more difficult to find people out there who actually hold the values of the Most High. So for me, looking for a wife for my son, and yes, I said me looking for a wife for my son, I would more so be the one to take the initiative to kind of keep the eye open on finding that young lady, or assisting in finding that young lady, or at least guiding him in finding that young lady who holds values that are a reflection of biblical based principles. So I would start there with that as a foundation. Then after that, obviously, you know, you have your next steps, courtship and things of that nature. But I would start with assisting him with trying to find a woman, a young lady that holds biblical based principles, family oriented, children, doesn't have any issues being submissive to a young man of the Most High. Just those key things that we look for, we consider when we're talking about somebody who you're trying to spend a lifelong covenant with.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's the Bible, and that's what you're saying is ideal.
Yeah.
That's ideal. But we know how the world is. Right? To a degree where when your when your children come of age, it seems as if they want something and they know better for themselves what that is. Or they can run into somebody outside of our peer view that they find attractive and or want to pursue a relationship with, right? Sooner or later, they're going to be at an age where they're on their own and make choices, right? So, just say hypothetically your son get older, and of course, when I got older, 15, 16, you think you know everything, and I got it, mom and dad. You taught me. Let me find these things out for myself, right? So I'm asking you, if all things was ideal, you would make a choice according to the Bible and set things up and have that conversation with him initially where he'll understand the only way this thing is going to work with you and I is if we do this together. Good.
Right.
Well, suppose children do what hard-headed children do sometime and say, hey, I've been looking at her. She was in my class or whatever the case is. And he brings a stranger home to you one day. How would you go about that?
Well, I would go back to the value system, the foundation. Obviously, you're talking about a situation where a child grows into her own, and eventually they bring someone home. We know that those situations exist, but I would go back to the foundation, the value system being what? Train up a child in the way that they should go, and when they're older, they shouldn't depart from it. Now, we know, again, they get to that age where they may desire what they believe is right for them or good for them, But the best thing we can do is set the value system initially, which will guide their decisions later in life. Once they're 15, once they're 16, they're operating under the principles that you instilled in them while they were 5, while they were 8, while they were 12, so that now they're not dealing in, operating according to how the world would operate with just going out and finding somebody, but actually dealing in accordance with the principles you instilled in them. Now, if that was the case, if he brought someone back, again, she would still need to be vetted. And if it comes out that, this is probably not a good situation, then obviously he would need to be forewarned. These are the things I'm seeing. These are the things that could go left, could be negatives. So, hey, I'm letting you know before it happens. This is where it may go. This is where most likely it's going to go. If you decide to take this route, hey, there's nothing I can do for you. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, your son Eli. I'm gonna tell you, I check him out, and I can tell he's the type of young man that's going to have honor, like honor, and it's important. It'll be important for him to make sure he does what's right in these choices, because he don't want to disappoint his parents.
Right.
And that's a good thing. He's going to make sure that when he sees someone out there, if he sees someone that you haven't vetted already, that they'll meet a certain mold based on his upbringing.
Right.
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 So I'm just saying. So that's what I've witnessed, but I just wanted to put it out there so that brothers and sisters can have some insight, even outside the scriptures, because usually what I find that our people can always find the middle ground on everything, to actually decide to do what they want to do. Even though the Bible says this, here's that gray area that that people are operating, right? Because they want the outcome they want, right? So I just wanted a regular conversation with you concerning, because eventually you're gonna have to deal with it if we're still here, right?
Right.
Right. One young lady said, one person said, well, this lady said she have a 23-year-old daughter who is still a virgin, and that's good. I mean, that's a blessing, in a time we're living in right now, to have a young lady, because let me tell you, believe it or not, the proper way of doing things. A daughter is not supposed to leave the house at all, no matter how old she is, until the father gives her to a husband. Straight out. There's a difference between a young lady and a young man. A young lady is supposed to what? Be a virgin, and when she come of age, be given directly to a husband. That's the way it's supposed to be. But again,
right.
But now we're dealing in a system where there's a spirit, a harlot spirit, that emanates primarily over all the women in the earth. And that's a tough thing when it comes to being a young lady, because if she want to be virtue, if she want to have her virtue and want to do right, she's shamed and she's treated like an outcast, because what? Because she's the outlier. And it shines a light on what? On the harlotry, where there should be some shame concerned on these women. It shines a light on the harlotry of the other women who lives around her. So the peer pressure usually don't allow girls to be girls. And that's unfortunate. You can have a girl who like her natural hair, and because she's not like the rest of the people, she's shamed. Or one day they go out and say, girl, you need to put this on. Oh man, you looking, they'll push her into becoming one like them. And it's tough for a young girl. And that in of itself is a spirit. Let's go there real quick. And a matter of fact, Elder Lawya, let's go there real quick, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Revelations 18.
All right. You want 17?
17, which says, 17. Let's go there.
Yes, sir. Revelation 17, verse 1. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither. I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters.
The judgment of the great whore that sitteth on many waters. Folks, John is seeing a spirit. This is a spirit. This is an ideology. What I'm reading in some of these books, it's the spirit of a deity who sitteth on many waters. With what?
With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication.
Her wine of her fornication. So it's a spirit, and it says the mother of harlots. The mother of harlots. It says right here, let me show you the great whore who sitteth on many waters. Read.
With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication.
Read.
So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
7 heads and 10 horns, showing you that all this debauchery and evil and fornication predominantly comes from Europe, the 10 horns, the Vatican. In a nutshell, the whole ideology of harlotry comes straight from Edom. The Edomites, the Greeks and Romans ideology. What they found was what? That they could control certain powerful people throughout history using brothels. Compromising men through what? Sexually promiscuous women. Rome was known for this. So they say, you know what? This is how we can keep a society in check. If we have women separated from God, not in order or subjected to a man, that the state can use her to keep what? The control of all communities. It's a spirit. That's why it says she's the mother of harlots. The whole idea of harlotry is a spirit, brothers and sisters. But it first starts with what? Separating the woman from the man, where she has no authority, no authoritative figure over her. That's what sexual liberation. That's what liberation. You're being liberated from who? The man. The order that the Most High gave Eve from the beginning is what you're liberated from. Right? So there's a difference between what? The woman who's controlled by the serpent. There's a difference between her and a woman that's under subjection according to God. And that's what they're fighting against. That's what the world power fights against. Keep in mind, if we were to have the model that God said, where the man was the authority and the woman was subjected to the man, I'm going to tell you right now, what we see with them bringing in all these immigrants and all that, it wouldn't be possible. it wouldn't be possible. Okay, we would have flourished as a people under God, with God's protection from the throne being what? What they call the nuclear family. We would have thrived. But because there's no replacement now, and that's a whole nother conversation, we're not having enough families with children like we had back then to replace the number of people like we used to. They must bring in traditional people from other countries who's already used to the operating under the nuclear family, so that they can produce more people for the citizenry. But none of this would have been possible, what they're doing, unless they brought in the spirit of harlotry, separating the man from the woman, incentivizing the woman to stand alone until the community would be utterly irreparable, irreparable. And that's why I asked Elder Lawya the question, because unfortunate, thank you, Yashua. Unfortunate, the communities we grew up under are irreparable.
Mm.
When I drove through Philadelphia, Elder Lawya, it was clear as day when I seen the different races of people. I'm like, they've actually accomplished it. They're not doing this immigration thing strictly because they don't like our people. Strictly because let's get rid of the black people and replace them. They got to do the immigration thing because there's no producing anymore amongst the communities who built the country. They have successfully destroyed the people, the family. They must bring other people in. It's over. They're not doing, they don't have a constituency unless they bring them in. They have successfully destroyed the black family. Now, is there hope? Yes, but only with a small remnant. Only with a small remnant that can make it through this. And I'm just talking about surviving. But thriving as a community, Elder Lawya. Hold on. Real time. Where my phone at? Hold on. Yeah. Look at this here. Right? I took a picture. Driving through Philadelphia.
Mm.
I don't know if anybody can see that. I took a picture of this building. Now, this building has a special, there's a special place in my heart for this building. There used to be, thank you, Eyes too. I remember Bishop Little and Mother Little from the Baptist church I grew up in. It was between 8th and 9th and Collar Hill Street. The Chinese people own it now. But we used to drive to this place because this was more so, it was right off near Broad and Alany, not too far from there. And what it was a Baptist alliance building. Like if you needed tracts, if you needed to communicate with other pastors that were in the Philadelphia area or across the country down south, this was the main building for the Baptist church. This was like their headquarters in Philadelphia. I drove by it, Elder Lawya, and it says the Assembly of Haitian Christian Church Incorporated. It says the Assembly of the Haitian Church Incorporated. When this building was owned, it was like a headquarters for the black community in Philadelphia, where all the pastors would actually unite and come together for meetings and share ideas and all of that. Now, listen, if we got Levi following Christ, that's fine. But I'm like, this particular building was a staple of strength for the black community in Philadelphia. And now that building is ran. That means there's more Haitian or Levite Christians that are united under one spirit in Philadelphia than the blacks who created that whole dynamic here in the United States. They have successfully utterly destroyed Judah. And guess what? What they did here, they are about to do down south. That's a whole nother conversation. Their sights is on the South now to totally, utterly eradicate Judah. Absolute. Man, listen, Lawya, I can go on for hours with this, but it's deep how they slowly did this. And all the people that are really responsible for it, people like this woman here, this white feminist, Mary McLean, who was a known witch, she was directly attached to Satan, unapologetically. I don't even have to say allegedly. She celebrates. She says, listen, if the devil had a new name, she would worship that devil too. And the most deceptive part of this is they had a beeline aimed towards influencing our women and turning them against us. The serpent in the garden. And guess what? No one, our sisters probably don't even know who Mary McLean is. They probably, but she knew who you were. She knew exactly who the black woman was and her strength being a helpmeet to the black man. So they say, you know what? What these black people have as poor people, we white women don't even have that same love and care and culture amongst the elite white men. They started looking at these slaves and it's like, these women are happy. They love their family and they love their God. You had the white liberal woman envying the black poor woman. Why? Because where she grew up, what she grew up with, seeing the real world for what it is, the child sacrifice, and all of these different fraternities that comes with these satanic worships growing up as children. The KKK, folks, was a satanic fraternity with ritualistic things and all of that. Folks, that's what she grew up seeing. Look at her. She's warped. She's like, man, I envy I envy her. I envy that little black woman having black kids, family. They're happy. He said, you know what? I'm going to take her away. I'm going to take her away. And guess what? I'm going to take her away. And if possible, I'll replace her. Brothers and sisters, that's how deep this is. So when I see videos like this, I'm no longer going to see it the same. I'm not going to see it how the enemy would like us to actually see this, to have us believe that our sisters are the architect of radical lesbianism and man-hating. Okay, we can't do that anymore. When I see stuff like this,
We got a letter from Mom.
I thought she was dead. What she want with us now? Where she been at?
She's on her deathbed. If we don't go now,
fair
it's
use.
our last chance.
To see God. God.
She made us, didn't she?
Girls, I'm gonna make this real simple. Make your daddy dead.
When we see this, we're going to see all of it. Because I'm going to tell you, Elder Lawya, when I first seen this, it angered me so much when I looked at it. Because I knew the influence this would have on our young girls. But I'm like, you know what? If we begin to view this like Hollywood would have us see it, we would begin to see all of our young girls in the framework of these productions.
Mm-hmm.
And really, our people and our young ladies, even if they're not saying it, they want help. They want help. They want guidance. They want direction. So if we begin to see these productions in the reverse, it's no different than how our sisters started seeing the color purple and started looking at black men a certain type of way, being influenced. See? So we can't look at this any other way but to view how our people are being programmed and then go to the root, pointing out who programmed them. Because then what's going on is some of these white women, they're doing what? They're hitting and hiding their hands and leaving our sisters with all the denigration and negative backlash. When when it's white liberal women who are the architects of all of this. Don't forget the fallen angels. Paramount. Fair use. Don't forget Paramount, where the fallen angels came down on Mount Hermon and dealt with the women in the land of Nod, the children of Cain. Don't forget that. So these programming, I'm going to tell you, all of this is a religious setting that they're using to program our children with, our daughters with. so that they can become like the daughters that fell, the daughters of Cain. Every religious rite, all the debauchery, all the activity, the spirit of the harlot that it speaks of in the Bible, folks, it all started here. So again, when we see these movies, understand who's behind the program. So why did I put this out there? It's upon us not to give up on each other. We must save as many people as we can, and it's upon us not to give up on each other. There's nothing that's going to turn me, men in general, against our sisters. Nothing. It's upon the man not to deal with a woman who's operating out of order. And if he's going to take on a woman who have dealt with some negatives or, influence, and it's hard not to get with someone that hasn't been influenced, in some fashion, that he's taking on the task, understanding what he's dealing with, to bring her under what? God's order. Right? So sometimes we go into some of these lessons, Elder, and some people think, well, hold up. Nah, it's not about, let me tell you. The Bible says give honor to the woman as a weaker vessel. He also tell us what? When you find it for wife, you find it for good thing. But the whole thing is they're programming the daughters, the girls, so to not aspire to be wives. So that means men have to become more what? Choosy. You're not discarding anyone, but for your life, for your generational legacy and sanity, you're going to find someone who fits God's molds, the Most High's mold. It's not dismissing. Just because you're not going to be with a girl that's operating like this doesn't mean you don't care for them. Okay? So again, men have to choose right, and women have to value a man. A man, especially a good man, over the alternatives the world provides. You have to choose a man over your boss at the job. A matter of fact, Elder Lawya, if you can stay with me 1 second, there's one thing I wanted to show.
Yes, sir.
Because this was quite interesting. Let me get it. Some brothers were talking. Let me see if I can find it here. And I'm like, you know what? These are some good conversations. I'm glad the brothers are having these conversations. Hold on. There's this one brother, if I can find it, where it was right here.
I don't think you have a responsibility to lead.
I don't know if you can hear this. I need you to hear it.
Yep, I can hear it.
And this is some brothers from the Ask the Brother podcast. And it was sent to me last week, and I heard it. And I'm like, you know what? Some of the good conversations are being had.
Willing to look at you as their leader or listen to you.
Welcome to another episode of Ask a Brother podcast.
I don't think you have a responsibility to lead anybody who's not willing to look at you as their leader.
He says, I don't think we have the responsibility of leading anyone who don't see us as their leader. That means men are having conversations.
Or listen to you.
Welcome to another episode of Ask a Brother podcast. I'm your host, Jeff.
Okay, let me go straight from here because he start talking about his fair use. And y'all can subscribe to the brother channel. But he start off by discussing things about some of his gay friends he took pictures with. All due respect, I don't believe in that. I don't believe that a man has, deal like that, right? But I'm gonna leave that there. But let's hear some of these perspectives.
Our chart looks exactly like the same chart I've seen people pass around and making this Stallion one. Yet I don't see anybody going up to Travis Kelce calling him a
Okay, not this.
Model what I want her to mirror.
Listen to this brother.
Who do and put the man in harm's way. Now this man got hands covering.
Hold on.
And
right
to
here.
be able to absolve themselves from being led by a man. Or sacrifice myself to be a leader or protector of somebody who's going to move by their own beat of their drum and deviate and do whatever it is they want. There's an alarming rate of black women who are intentionally positioning themselves in society to be able to absolve themselves from being led by a man. There's this thing called self-sustainability, careers, financial stability. All of those things are really packaged so that the woman don't have to cooperate. So I think leadership and protection should only reach as far as those who are willing to get under a man's covering. And we've seen in many occasions
fair use
where a man have attached himself to a woman and gone out in public, and a woman begin to act belligerent and do whatever it is that you want to do, and put the man in harm's way. Now this man got to go out and defend her and end up getting beat up or even shot. So
again, Elder Lawya, I don't know what type of men he's talking about that would be with a woman that'll put him in a position to get shot. But obviously it is out there. Right?
Yeah, it exists.
It exists. Right? But go on. It still comes down to who are you going to allow in your presence that would threaten your own life? Right? But it exists. But the question is, why would men choose women like that?
Right.
Oh, it's really, really hard to protect somebody who doesn't cooperate with you. I don't see any benefit in protecting or leading anyone who is unhinged. That's just my opinion, fundamentally.
Okay, so whose fault is that? If a man is with a woman that won't listen to him. So his points are right. But are men that defeated where, Elder Lawya, to where these are their only choices? Or do they think that these are their only choices?
Right.
Mr. Whitfield, hold on a second, Mr. Obsidian. Mr. Whitfield, can you jump in and let me know your thoughts now that we've heard like both those different viewpoints?
Yeah, I think it is, to the brother's point, it is extremely difficult to lead someone who does not want to be led. But that doesn't absolve us of being the leaders that we're called to be. Now, I said earlier that I am the leader of my house, and very seldom do I actually tell people what to do. In particular, my wife. I don't say, hey, do this or do that. The quickest way for me to get my wife to behave in a certain way that I'd like her to, or to do certain things that I think that she should do, is for me to model what I want her to mirror. And often we mistake leadership for telling people what to do. And quite often you can see it even when you're dealing with our children. Children don't just learn by listening, they learn more by looking. So this notion that we can't lead because people aren't listening to us, yes, it does make it difficult. Yes, it does make it more challenging, but it doesn't absolve us from being the leaders that we're being called to be, simply because people are having a tough time listening. They literally will learn more often by looking than they will listening.
Now, Elder Lawya, going back to my original premise, these two are talking about two different women, two different types of women, right? The brother at the top right here, he makes some very good points, but he's talking about an unruly woman that's not under a covering. The guy right here is talking about a wife. Now, the reason why they're on this panel is because why? The world have conflated the two together, where not too many people can see the difference between the two. A woman that's just a woman that's out there with no covering and operating, like he mentioned, to the beat of her own drum, and a wife. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. Why they can't separate the two. Is because why? They can't separate the two because the two have been combined into one. Where you can't really tell the difference between the two anymore. But I digress. Give me a second, folks. I'm going to show you where we're going.
Well, I got a little bit of pushback. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Now, Elder Lawya, listen to this point.
But this call to be, I don't know exactly where that's coming from. I don't know if you're coming from a spiritual lane, a religious lane. But I do know when a woman has a boss and she's being led by him, we don't have all of these nuances. It's either you listen or you're going to get your ass fired.
Boom. That was a great point. So it's not that a woman don't know how to listen. It's who she more so respects. He's going to break this down. Right? And I think a lot of women should hear this part. When a woman don't know she's disrespected her husband just by giving her boss more respect and or leeway than she would give the man that's going to take care of her the rest of her life. And eventually that boss is going to kick her to the side and replace her with someone else with no care of her future. One point that he made that was real good here. Listen to this. Fair use.
I don't know exactly where that's coming from. I don't know if you're coming from a spiritual lane, a religious lane. But I do know when a woman has a boss and she's being led by him, we don't have all of these nuances. It's either you listen or you're going to get your ass fired. You know what I'm saying? There's a thing called consequences that we really can't even inflict. Not saying that we're supposed to be abusive. Not saying we're supposed to be violent. I'm just saying there is no way to, if we have a woman under our covering, to be able to correct her if she decides that she don't want to cooperate. And let's not act like it's always justified reasons. And I'm not saying the man is not abusive of his leadership. I'm just saying, fundamentally, there's no way to inflict any consequences. For example, let's do scenarios. Let's say that, and this is hypothetically, let's say my wife wants to go outside with a string up her ass.
Fair use. There's a family show. Excuse
me.
Hey,
look, I'm going out with the girls at 8 o'clock.
Fair use.
And I say, you know what?
Fair use.
I don't appreciate you dressing like that. I think you should go and change. I appreciate if you put on some more clothes to be more modest, because without me being around, I can't protect you from God knows who out there. And if she decides to say, hey, look, it's my body, it's my choice. I'm a woman, I'm a grown woman, I'm going anyways. What can a man do? I do remember one of my older uncles, he just passed away, I think, at 89. He said back in the days, they used to slap him upside the head. Not trying to encourage, but today there's no consequences. The only thing you can do, if you're able to put yourself in a position to be a provider, is perhaps maybe cut a credit card off or something like that.
You know what? We're gonna have to jump back into this Friday because we want to pivot. I want to move it to the man side Friday.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of good stuff here, but the conversations are being had, and it seems like we're at a time in which, believe it or not, I think we're at a crossroad to the point where men and women are more so listening and are seeking solution. They're trying to find a way, knowing that what? We're becoming extinct to some degree when it comes to not being able to produce for the future. So I'm going to have this on the other side of the men on the other side, but the conversations are being had. Real quick, Elder Lawya, let me ask you, based on what he just said, the reason why there's not enough time to get our community together is because back in the day, there was a consequence for if a woman operated outside of her proper order. But now, if she does what she want to do, and a man tried to correct her, she has the authorities, the government, the court, right, to side with her. She has the cops. And on top of that, even if she's wrong, if she decide that, okay, I don't want nothing to do with you, not only do she leave with everything, she ruins your future. So not only is it that she has no consequences for bad behavior, she'll be rewarded for the bad behavior by the government and take everything you have. So, and some people say, well, like I may say it, well, why would you choose a woman like that? Right? But what if a woman wasn't like that at first? And for whatever reason, she wasn't like that at first, but eventually, and I'm speaking of these younger people, eventually she's influenced and begin to utilize the power that the feminists have given her to destroy the man anyway. Right? I'm going to have that conversation this coming Friday. But again, I was going to show this last week, Elder, but I didn't because the whole time these guys were speaking, I was asking, where is the Bible?
Right.
Because in one of these settings, the resolve is in the scriptures almost immediately. The Bible is the key component that can put what? A period to all of these dynamics when it comes to gender war. Right? if a man falls in his position according to the Godhead and lay out the authority, lay out the rules according to the house, and the woman complies with her position, not forcefully, but willfully in her fear of God, all of these conversations would become mute. Right? So I'm going to have that conversation, but real quick before we go, only a few more minutes, I'm going to talk about this. They made some real good points, though. They make some real good points. Now, let me say this before we transition over to what a virtuous woman is. Right? I'm going to say this for the sisters now. Real quick. Sisters, the conversations these men are having, you didn't want it to get here. It was better when men had their mind towards what they thought the dynamics of a relationships were, and to let women do all they woman talk behind closed doors regardless of it, and men would dismiss it and say, oh, ain't nothing to it. You didn't want them in your conversations scrutinizing thoughts they never thought existed in women. And I'm telling you, I'm talking to you from a wisdom standpoint. When I see these conversations, I'm looking at it and saying, it's going to be way harder for women to find men. Because women came online, whatever the case is, and started saying things, changing the dynamics of what a man thought about a woman. So it's going to be harder. I'm hearing these conversations and I'm like, you know what? That means, and I think it's for the better, that men are going to start raising the bar and not just getting with anybody strictly because of outside aesthetics is what I'm hearing. And I'm speaking of men women want. Because when men start having conversations, logical conversations, it's for solution. They're not just talking just to put stuff out there. That's the difference. Sometimes a woman can say some stuff, Elder Lawya, and it's just for fun. They just joking, putting it out there. When men have conversations, they're looking for a solution, resolve. And I think one of the greatest mistakes women made was putting all of their business out there and having men who didn't think that women were a certain type of way. And I believe that women always understood the proclivities of different women and would tell men, hey, but men were able to live in their own what? Fantasy of what they always thought a young woman would be for them. And this online thing have shattered a man's idea of having him, have this woman in his mind that he thought was possible for his family. So it's going to be tougher. And what's going to happen is it's going to take a collaborative effort. It's going to take a collaborative effort. If someone asks me, Elder, how would you fix this almost immediately? I would say, listen, women yield all authoritative positions. Men step into those positions. First and foremost, get LGBTQ totally out of the mix altogether. They don't have a say in this. Okay. Men step up in their positions. Women become submissive and choose a man over your education and over everything else, which means you can have the education. But guess what? It's under a what? Lesser priority. Man first. And what I would do for the women, I would more so seek and look at having the daughter what? The daughter is what? Learning to be what? A helpmeet. Where she isn't given equal authority in the house over the man child. Because how she treat that young man growing up, she's learning how to treat what? Male authority, even though that's her brother. See, they understood that dynamic in old time because what? The young girl had to make sure her brother was fed, because if someone came through that door, the brother and the father would have to subdue that person through brute might. So she fed her brother. She respected her brother because the brother was a protector. So this backwards world with the lesbian language have incentivized putting the daughter over the young boy. That's backward. There's no equality. Equality doesn't exist. And I'm telling you, because we're going back to a point where we're going to need men in position to physically protect the women who are left. It's going there. It's coming. I'm telling you, it's going there. They're throwing all of our women out of the jobs they once had. And it's going to be survivor mode. I'm going to tell you that right now. They're going to need a male protector. With all of these foreigners coming in, and I know how they get, the foreigners, when they feel they have the numbers. I've seen it in the UK. If they think they have the numbers, you're going to understand, you're going to know how they really feel. And our sisters are going to be alone through this. So what I would do is, if I could fix it immediately, I would say, listen, make sure we come to every Sabbath, we follow God's law, put man in authority, and now we promote the young boys over the young girls. We're not dismissing the young girls, but we're dealing with them according to the pecking order of authority, so that our girls will get used to understanding and seeing male authority and respect that particular authority. Let's go to a virtuous woman real quick, Elder Lawya. I'm going to tell you, I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh, sisters didn't want brothers having this conversation.
All right, we're in Proverbs 31 and 10.
Thank you, Elder Lawya. Let me grab it here. That's one other thing I wanted to grab here. Proverbs. Let's get it. Hold on. Let me get it here. Proverbs 31. Read it. Verse 10.
Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies.
Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Now, guess what? There's this other verbiage, this lesbian language that are out there, right? That's why we have to be careful about this satanic feminism. Now, the retort with these women that are out there who are lonely, a man can't stand being around them. They're getting old in age and they can't have any children. Their new thing is, well, we've witnessed all these women who were married and they're miserable. That's their excuse for what? For not being in position with a husband as they get up in age. Well, look at all the failed marriages. They'll start pointing to the negative. Right? And pointing to the negative absolves them. They feel it, okay, it doesn't make my situation that bad. I'm hearing that also. The Bible says, who can find a virtuous woman? Read it. Listen to this.
For her price is far above rubies.
Read.
The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil.
So that he should have no need of spoil. She's always looking out for what? The long-term security of the house. And some women may look at that and say, well, he can still do this and do that and still up and leave her. Why do we look at everything from a negative standpoint, from a defeated standpoint? Because I'll tell you what, suppose she do everything right and he's dead wrong. Guess what? You think the Most High isn't going to bless this woman? Because she's not doing this strictly because of him. She's doing this because she fears God. See? She fears the Most High. See? She fears God as to why she's doing this. And I hear a lot of people out there, even women, saying, I want a God-fearing man, God-fearing man. Okay. But then can you give a definition or give an explanation to us what a God-fearing woman looks like? There's a list that women can give when it comes to men. And say she want a God-fearing man. All right. Shoot. Give us the example of a God-fearing woman. And usually it's, I never thought of that. Why? You know, a God-fearing man has rules that applies to how he would deal with you in a relationship that you can hold him to. Right? But when you never took the same time or care to say, well, okay, let me find out what a God-fearing woman is. And we're reading it. A God-fearing woman isn't doing all of this just to be recognized. Or doing it for an exchange of something back. She's doing it because that's her position. She will do what?
She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life.
All the days of her life, she's looking to do right by him. Now, folks, this same woman applies to, in the Old Testament, kings. Kings. He have his wife right next to him. And she know that this guy is he's doing all types of stuff. But she's like, no, if this guy goes down, we all go down. Okay, so now the queen is right next to the king. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. And think about this mindset. By her doing this, she don't have to every other 5-7 years start over again and over again and over again. She's building legacy. And that's one thing that keeps us from not being able to operate above water as a people. Our actions in our community We have to continually start over. So a virtuous woman is like, listen, I'm not losing what? My legacy. I'm not losing my legacy. Okay, no time, because what we can't get back are lost years. So a virtual woman looking at this and saying, well, hold up. Right? I'm going to make sure my time is well spent for legacy. She what?
She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands.
She worked willingly with her hands. She's like, I don't care what people think. Even if a girl come and say, you doing all this stuff, what is he doing? Like, listen, I'm not doing this just for him. I got a name to uphold. Right? All that you doing, you must be getting abused. Women be saying all types of stuff out there. And be like, oh, no. Then you have to check. That woman saying all that stuff, no man in sight. She's trying to get you out there with her, you know, to actually fill a void of loneliness. But a virtuous woman, she's like, listen, I'm seeking wool, I'm seeking flax, and I work willingly with my hands. I'm doing what I can for my house. Read.
She is like the merchant's ships. She bringeth her food from afar.
She's like a merchant ship. What verse you at, Elder Lawya? Yeah, you at
14.
14, thank you. She's like a merchant. She is like the merchant ship. The man is doing what he got to do, but she's working behind the scenes to make sure what? The house stay afloat. 15.
She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens.
So she look out for everybody, even her girlfriends. Now, the only reason the maidens are girlfriends or younger women who looks up to her. Now, how is she able to look out for them? Because she got a man. She has a man. She considereth a field, read.
She considereth a field and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hand she planteth a vineyard.
Read.
She girdeth her loins with strength and strengtheneth her arms.
Now, see, this is very important. Why? She's able to do all this because she's free to do it based on what the man has established. And see, and what they're not talking about in this satanic feminism is women isn't trying to spend on another woman what a man will spend on a woman. So you let one of these satanic feminists play you out of position, but they're not looking to supplement your lifestyle. See, satanic feminism is how to trick and extract funds from men. When you read the book, men is a utility. But if you have two women together, women isn't trying to take care of a woman. So a woman with a husband, girdeth her loins with strength, and strengtheneth her arms, read.
She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night.
Her candle goeth not out by night. See? That means she has a mind towards legacy. If she have to stay up all night and think of something that's going to fulfill what the Most High put in her for her family, guess what? She'll lose sleep. Read.
19. She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff.
Her children are always dressed and look good and presentable. because she understands the people walking outside is a representation of her. See that? She makes sure that, see, I'm going to tell you, it doesn't matter what the world is saying. See it. The Most High is looking at this woman and saying, you know what? This is a true daughter of Zion. Other people will look at it and be like, she's like a slave. You don't say that if she's working like a slave at the job. He's running her into the ground. You don't say that if she's working at a corporate office somewhere. She's celebrated if she's working like a slave in the corporate offices. So I'm saying this, sister, don't let anyone shame you for that respect factor and working your behind off for your house when it comes to the legacy and what? Your obligation to your man. Don't let nobody on the outside shame you, because the people out there, they're not going to take care of you. 20.
She stretcheth out her hand to the poor. Yea, she reacheth forth her hands to the needy.
If she sees someone who needs something, she's there. Now, let me tell y'all, sisters, you don't have to be married to a man to be this. That's why it says, he that findeth a wife findeth a good thing. A man will see a woman is already operating in that function. Everything I'm reading, if a woman doesn't have a man, you can still be all this. And the Most High will do what? He'll have a man see it. "21.
She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet.
All of her household is clothed with scarlet. A lot of women are like this already. She makes sure her children looking nice. I mean, I don't know what's going down. I rode through North Philly and, man, I was like, Lord have mercy. Something has to change. But again, there are women out there who, hey, they're exactly what I'm reading right here. But you know what? Media isn't promoting these type of women. She maketh herself what?
She maketh herself coverings of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple.
And guess what? Every time you see her, she's presentable. She cares about how she presents herself when she go outside. Right? So you have to look at that. Even when I go, if I take flights, I go somewhere, I don't say anything, but I be watching how people present themselves. Right? Because you never know, you never know who's looking. You never know whether or not an opportunity is there for you in a place that you didn't even think about. So one thing about a virtuous woman, guess what? And Elder Lawya, it was like this when I was growing up. I know women who would take 15 to 20 minutes to make sure they was presentable before going to the corner store. Okay. And I'm talking about, they would take, back then they had their hair rolled in tissue and all this stuff, and have their curls out and all that, or have those big pink rollers. They wasn't going outside with those big pink rollers looking like buckwheat. They would pull those things out. I'm like, where you going? I'm going to the store.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about a few steps up, just because guess what? The right person could see you. Women had pride in their presentation when they went outside. Oh, they wouldn't go outside. Now, oh my goodness. I'm talking about slippers with the toes out. With three toes without paint. Just I'm like, what's going on here? I mean, it's something over the head. I'm like, yo, I'm talking about younger girls. I'm like, well, what's going on here? The bunions on one side, and I'm like, we're in a different world. But I digress. 23.
Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land.
And if she has a husband, everyone is saying, you know what? Hey, telling him, yeah, you got a good woman. 24.
She maketh fine linen and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchant. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come.
She shall rejoice in time to come, read.
She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue...
When she opened her mouth, there's wisdom, read.
And in her tongue is the law of kindness.
And in her tongue is the law of kindness. There's no ratchetness. There's no going out and screaming. There's no public humiliation through, conflict. Read.
She looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness.
And she eateth not the bread of idleness. She's not online spreading rumor all up in someone else's set. Always trying to stir things up. She don't deal with the bread of idleness because she has a house to attend to. Girl, did you hear this? And girl, did you hear that? She's like, listen, get to stepping. Okay, I don't got no time for that. I got a house to attend to. Read.
Her children arise up and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praiseth her.
Look at that. He gives recognition where recognition is due. Her children are blessed. Her children fear the Most High, love the Most High. Many daughters
have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all.
Read.
Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain.
Beauty is what?
Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain.
Beauty is vain. Why? Because vain is fleeting. You have to think about what these so-called Satanists did. They made a whole magazine, Vanity Fair, promoting vanity amongst women, being vain, knowing that there's only a small window for that for women. Time kicks in for all of us. So it says, favor is deceitful and beauty is vain. It's vain. But what?
But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised.
A woman that feareth the Most High, that's a woman that's praised. And folks, those that are of the lesbian mindset, even if they don't exercise like that, that means they choose the beehive of women and side with women against men, even when women are wrong. They're not praised by the Almighty. It says, but a woman that feareth the Lord shall be praised. Okay. She don't care about the vanity and all these others. She care about what's right according to the Almighty. And then if she operates like this, understanding she found favor with the Almighty, a blessing comes. Read 31.
Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates.
Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates. At the end of the day, this woman that we read in Proverbs 31 is blessed above regular women. There's a difference between just a woman who has been whispered to by the serpent and a woman that's a wife. The mistake a lot of men make is like, and we've all gone through it, is choosing someone strictly based on the outward aesthetics. When beauty is vain. Okay? And choosing someone strictly from the outward aesthetics, if a woman know that, that can be utilized and weaponized. But a woman who fears the Most High, she'll deal with it all. She'll deal with it completely different. Okay, she's not going to operate with her wiles to trap people. Okay, and that's what young men have to understand. Okay, and again, I'll deal with it this coming Monday. But I'll put this out there before we go, and I don't have no time. I'll just pick up the phone calls this coming Friday, continuing this particular broadcast. Outright. If a man is looking for a young lady, he should have stringent rules in this world. You're going to have to get under my program. Here's the program. You're going to have a program for her to help meet. And straight up, when it comes to this particular social media, that particular social media, you can't be on none of that. If you have a LinkedIn because you do business, then that's different. But you don't need to be all on social media. Okay? And it's not, and you can't shame a person into what? Claiming that they're insecure. And they'll be like, well, I need this. This is how my family communicate. No, guess what? I've been communicating with my family when we had to put our little finger up in those little numbers and dial like this and wait for the thing to come back. Okay? And we've been communicating with our family since then.
Right.
Okay? Since that beep happened, and guess what the new technology was? Call waiting. Where you had to click over to talk to someone else. That was high technology. We were communicating with our family since then. Okay, so no. None of that. Young men should, if you have what? A plan to offer, it have to be everything. And it comes with securing someone under your guidance. Okay? You know what that phone had become? Yeah. So again, we'll talk about that this coming Friday. We're going to go into it, right? But again, we have to put rules in place. With these rules, women will have an insight. They'll have an insight. They have some understanding of what their roles are to help meet the plan. Okay, men just can't be going around saying, well, listen, this is what God say, you're supposed to do this and you're supposed to do that, without a plan. You got to sit down with and say, here's our plan. Here's our plan. There's rules in place that you're going to have to adhere to, and there's rules in place I'll have to adhere to, and we'll agree to build something together. And if a young lady isn't going to follow the rules, it's okay. It shouldn't be any abrasiveness. It shouldn't be a fight. Like, well, nah. Well, okay, I understand. But we're going to discuss those things and more this coming Friday. Right? And, hey, Elder Lawya, I'm starting to think that people, maybe it's better late than never, but a lot of people have seen it, are starting to talk about these particular social platforms. I'm talking about these, what they call that, Tinder and all these things. What they call that, these apps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They starting to realize these apps have totally decimated the model for the proper way of meeting and actually interacting with people. It have utterly decimated it.
Right.
And,
what they call it hookup culture.
They call it hookup culture. That's what they call it?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
Hey,
yes.
Man, let me tell you, people are tired. People are tired. And, and man, and when you couple that with an economy that isn't going back to what it was, and I'm talking about everything is going up. The price of everything is going up, and life is getting harder. I believe that this is the time that we're living in right now. We have a short window to get whatever we're going to get together before it's too late. And when I say too late is people are going to be pressed financially and otherwise with no help. And through that, no other option but to take the mark of the beast. And hey, I'm not taking, hey, it ain't happening to me. So it's upon brothers and sisters to calibrate, especially sisters, to calibrate what your standards are. Calibrate it. Okay? You can't get everything. If you get a man that truly fears the Most High and care for you and is willing to take care of you, okay, he may not make six figures. He may have ideas to do so, but he can at least take care of himself. Sisters in particular, that might be, and it could be the man the Most High have sent to you. Just putting that out there. With that, Elder Lawya, thank you. And
yes, sir. Thank you.
We had to highlight that this whole feminist Satanist thing didn't come from our sisters. It came from radicalized Edomite white women. And they did that because they envied who you were and what you were doing while you had nothing at all. You didn't have no money. You didn't have status. But it was the spirit in you and the fact that you had, that's right, the black man. With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. We are the children of Israel. And yes, we are back. Thank you, Elder Lawya. And you all have a great evening. Shalom.
Shalom.
The Arabs and Africans told us.
The Arabs and Africans told us. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Together us in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. Highest gathering is right now. The Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. Our highest gathering in Israel. Asha in Colombia, Ruben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest